Well, good morning, everyone. I have been talking to you for the last 2 minutes with my microphone muted. How's that for a Sunday morning? Yeah, I've been talking away. I said good morning to a bunch of you, called out your names, and yeah, I've been just gabbing away for 2 minutes and I looked up and my microphone was red. And yes, now, can you see my screen? No one can see my screen. I don't know what's going on. How now? All right. Okay, good. I had the screen up for the past 20 minutes, um, hoping that you would all see it when you checked in. And I thought my microphone was on. So let me start again. So good morning on this very, very hot, very hot Labor Day weekend. I don't know where all of you are, but I'm in Vista. And when I woke up this morning, it was already 87 degrees where I live in Vista, which I live in a climatic wonderland. We have the best weather of anybody. And El Cajon, oh my gosh, 93. Okay, I'm 94 in Vista right now. So I'm thanking God every day right now that I decided to put air conditioning in my house back in March. Yes, Ashley, I went out at 7:30 this morning to throw the bone for my dog, and it was already 87 degrees. Oh, wow. Someone lives in Calexico and it's 100. Cardiff is hot too, are you really close to the beach in Cardiff? Yes, and it's hot. Yeah. I definitely hope that the Saturday teacher yesterday left the air conditioning on in Laguna. 99 degrees in Laguna Niguel. Wow. And it's supposed to happen through Tuesday, or maybe even longer now. I don't know. I usually don't watch the news, but I'm sure keeping my eye on these temperatures. So, excuse me. All right, well, we have a few more people who've shown up. So what I was saying when I was muted was that we're starting our last 4 days of anatomy. So we technically will be finished in a week and a half. Yep, already. Today is digestion. Where are you? That it's really windy. Yeah, this time flew fast. Oh, Imperial Beach. Someone else is saying that OB, I'm assuming that's Ocean Beach, is really windy. So windy this morning in North Park. Yeah, it sounds like all of you down in San Diego are getting quite a breeze. I'm in Vista, which is in between Escondido and Oceanside on the 78. And like I said, it is already 94 degrees, which is unheard of. You know, it's supposed to be 94 degrees in Someone else is in Ramona and they have a breeze. San Clemente's windy. Sounds like the coast is just windy. It'd be nice if it blew all the way into here, but I can't even see if my trees are moving. It doesn't look like, oh no, we do have quite a breeze here. I can see out. Yeah, it's a hot wind. Well, aren't we glad we're all inside? I hope we have air conditioning or a cooler, something that's keeping us cool today. That's what I hope everybody has. So what I was saying was we have digestion today, and then we have review of digestion on Wednesday, plus review for the final. Next Sunday, you'll have 2 labs in the morning, benefits of massage lab and endangerments lab, and then a lunch break to study, because both of those labs will be adding answers to the final. And then after lunch, you will take the final, just like when you took the midterm. I hope that if you needed to retake or take the midterm, that you've done that by now. You don't want to push it. So the person that's asking me for their score, I thought you guys got your scores last Sunday. I don't have anyone helping me today, so I can't go get the scores. Maybe I can do it during lunch, but I remember you getting your score last week, I thought. If you don't remember from last week, I'm writing a note to do it during lunch. Dan or Mindy are not here today. So if you got your score last week, oh, okay. Well, I'll get you your score at lunchtime. I'm writing myself a note right now. And I'll get you that at lunch or on our morning break. Okay. All right. I made a note so I won't forget. Yeah, I don't think I've taught in a very long time without somebody in the background. I don't think we have a new person who's going to train to teach anatomy, but I don't think she's here today. So anyway, you'll take your final at the end of the day next Sunday. And then if you need to retake anything like the midterm or the final, if you need to retake the midterm, I'd really like it if you could do it this week. And then if you end up that you want to or need to retake the final, you'll definitely want to do it Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. So the question that's come up is the endocrine system won't be on the final, and that is correct. The endocrine system is not on the final. It's a very short lesson that we do on the last day of class, kind of an introductory lesson to the endocrine system. And then we have 3 people that have volunteered to do extra credit sense groups on the last night of class. And I believe we're covering, I don't remember. There's one that isn't being covered. So if anyone is interested in doing an extra credit project, then just let me know. We have someone who's having a lot of trouble connecting. I think the heat interferes with the internet as well. So Carolyn, I hope you get back in, or you can let me know when you do. Although I'm pretty sure you can't hear me right now. So Tiffany, are you here? It says that you're offline. Is Tiffany here? All right. So you still have one more homework to turn in. You'll notice that the homework's not due until the last day of class, so you can worry only about studying for your final. I think I signed up for the extra credit. I forgot what cents I chose. Sorry. That's okay. When I look up your score, I will look up what cents you chose, and I will let you know. Because I know that I wrote it down and I texted it to Dan, or I chatted with Dan after I wrote it down, and then he marked you all off. So I will let you know. Oh, and Alexis is doing taste. I'm so excited because they'll be really fun. Now, if you signed up, you want to let us know a couple days ahead of time if you need. So Alexis, your question, when do we have to turn it in by? I know we share it in the last day, but when do we have to submit it? You don't have to submit it. You'll just present it on the webinar that night. So however, whatever format you decide to present, you want to let us know if it's a PDF, if it's if it's a video, then Dan will want to upload it to the webinar. If it's a PDF or a PowerPoint, then we'll make you a presenter that night and you'll show it directly from your computer. If you don't have that capability, you can send it to one of us. If you send it to one of us, then we can put it on our desktop and you can talk it through. So just let us know. Okay, if we're missing 0.75 hours, how many quizzes do we need to take to make up those hours? Well, if the 0.75 has put you over your limit, then you would need to do 4 quizzes because it's 6 quizzes per hour, which means I'd say 4 quizzes. But if I don't know if you're financial aid or if I'm speaking to you. Okay, you don't remember the number. Okay, so it's 6 per hour. So to be safe, if you owe a little bit under an hour, just do 6. If anybody needs to be reminded about attendance, I'll also look at that at lunch. I'm sorry I can't do it while we're doing this because it would take up teaching time. Okay. I could certainly do it on break though for anybody that wants to find out where they are. You're very welcome. All right, I'm making notes. All right. Okay, so we've got to do, not being financial aid, we can miss a total of 20. That is correct. Someone is asking, I forgot to turn my homework in yesterday. Does it matter if I turn it in now? I would go ahead and turn it in because Dan is the teacher in charge. And if nothing else, he'll give you credit for the coloring. But I would go ahead and email it to Dan because it's worth trying. Okay? So yes, if you're not financial aid, you can miss 20 hours without having to make it up. If you're not financial aid, I mean, if you are financial aid, it's 10, and anywhere between 10 and 20, you can do the ABMP quizzes on. All right, so maybe we'll get started with digestion. If nobody has any other questions or comments about attendance or scores, I'm happy to look it up on break or lunch. All good to go. Awesome. Are we having a review for the final like we had for the midterm? Yes, you are, and that is planned. I believe your syllabus says it is Wednesday night. You'll have a review of digestion Wednesday night, and I'm not sure if you still have structure left. Let me look. Yeah, you're gonna get the rest of your structure. So review digestion Wednesday, September 7th. And then the structure is really, really easy. There's only 3 muscles. And then review for the final. So, yeah, so Wednesday night's going to be a big night. Yeah, you do have some structure. It basically is only 3 muscles, though. The masseter, sternocleidomastoid, and splenius capitis. The rest of them are, your little finger, your big finger, and so structure Wednesday night is pretty basic and simple. So that's good. All right. Well, I praise all of you that came to class instead of going on a Labor Day weekend trip. It's hard when classes fall on these holidays. I was talking about this with a student that rides with me to reflexology, and I know it's really, really hard to do this. So I commend all of you. We now have 37 people here, so that's almost a full class. So I do commend those of you that are here. So we're going to talk about the digestive system today. Hopefully when you read your chapter, you recognize this picture should be right out of your book. And we're going to talk about the gastrointestinal tract, the accessory organs, and all the way through elimination. We talk about your kidneys and your bladder as well today. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So I believe your homework asked you to put the structures in order. I'll be taking notes on my phone today. How do you guys do that? I haven't tried anything like that, so hopefully it's not too hard. So digestion, first and foremost, digestion is the mechanical and chemical breakdown of food into particles small enough to get absorbed through the walls of the small intestine. Okay? So I'm going to repeat that again because I don't have it typed on a slide. I don't know why. Digestion is the mechanical and chemical breakdown of food into particles so small it can be absorbed by the small intestine. I was going to see if I could type it down here, but it's not working. Sorry for what? All right, does anyone want me to repeat that again? Yeah, oh, that's okay. Digestion is the breakdown. Oh, I love it. Santali wrote it out for you. The mechanical and chemical breakdown of food into particles so small it can be absorbed by the small intestine. All right. I wish I can copy and paste that, Santali, but it won't let me. It will not let me copy it. Send chat. Nope. Paste recent answer. Nope, I can't do it. All right. That's okay. So that's what digestion is. Anything we put into our mouths and ingest, okay, anything we ingest yeah, but it doesn't show the question. Does it show the question? When we send an answer, does it actually show the question? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, let me send an answer. I'm just going to type hello. Okay. I know, don't be sorry. There's a lot of people in school in this class that English is not their first language. So hopefully we are supporting you all as best as we can. Okay, wow, I didn't know that. I learned, 2 years of doing webinars and I learned something new today, so thank you. So every part of the digestive system that we go through, the point I was trying to make, is every part has a mechanical and a chemical breakdown. in order to pick up all the nutrients that we are eating and to take it to the liver where it gets to be sparsed out to the rest of the body. Okay, so the oral cavity. So, you know, everywhere, every video you look at, every book says that digestion begins in the mouth. And so, but I want you to think about what happens when you smell food. What happens when you smell food? What happens when you think about food? So yeah, you salivate, your mouth waters, maybe even your stomach makes the growly. Yeah, it starts to create acid. Your stomach starts to create acid. So the sight, the smell, the smell, or the thought of food or the thought of eating actually can and does start the digestive process. So all the little videos I was looking at this morning says digestion starts in the mouth. Well, yeah, just thinking about food starts at digesting for me. So in the oral cavity, we have mechanical and chemical breakdown. So we have your teeth. That's very mechanical. Your teeth chew, they macerate and break down that bite of sandwich or that piece of apple or whatever it is that you're eating. You have this mechanical breakdown with the teeth to chew it and break it up. You also have the tongue in the mechanical because the tongue pushes the food back and forth. The cheeks kind of catch it and then push it back to the tongue. And then the tongue rolls it around and so you have that whole tongue in cheek activity with your teeth doing all this mechanical work for you. In your saliva, on the other hand, is where the chemical breakdown begins to happen due to enzymes that are found in your saliva. That's why saliva is so important. The main ingredient on the list of enzymes in your mouth is salivary amylase. So amylase begins the breakdown of carbohydrates. So carbohydrates, sugars would come under the list of carbohydrates. And so have any of you ever taken sublingual supplements? Sublingual meaning they're under your tongue, homeopathic remedies, B12, something that dissolves. You're supposed to take it and dissolves in your mouth. Yeah. So you'll notice that in that supplement, yes, arnica and B12, they both contain types of glucose so that when the homeopathic pellet of arnica goes under your tongue, the amylase uses the sugar in the pellet. The arnica is actually sprayed on the outside of the pellet, so you can suck on that pellet for a few seconds and get enough sugar and arnica right from the pellet in order to absorb that arnica through the epithelial tissue of your mouth. B12 also, there's going to be a type of sugar in there that is going to assist the crossing through the epithelial tissue of the inside of your mouth. Remember that epithelial tissue, which is what your epidermis is a covering and lining tissue, and its greatest achievement in its history is that it allows things to pass through it. And so between the salivary amylase and the fact that it's epithelial tissue, that arnica, B12, or any kind of sublingual supplement crosses easily through that barrier and directly into your bloodstream, your interstitial fluid, or your lymphatic system. It just depends on what it comes into contact first, okay? There also are traces of lipase, salivary lipase, just traces that can start what they call the organization of fats. It's a trace amount. It's not always talked about, but fats are the most complicated of your nutrients to digest and absorb. And so we have to start it way back up in the mouth with some salivary lipase. The saliva is also there to moisten, wet the food a little bit in order to help with the breakdown. Saliva keeps your teeth clean. Saliva can actually keep your breath fresh, because with a really dry mouth, more bacteria tends to grow in the mouth. So it's a really good idea to keep your mouth as moist as possible. And, you know, who remembers the first letter of our acronym from the nervous system when we're in sympathetic nervous system response? What's the first part of the acronym of sluttier that slows down when we're stressed? Who remembers what the S is? Yes, Jaden, good job. Salivation. So remember, salivation, so if I write these out, will you all get them? So salivation, lacrimation. Who remembers what lacrimation is? Yeah, tears. Okay, so if I send this, you're all gonna get it? So there it is: salivation, lacrimation, urination, digestion, defecation, immunity, and reproductive system. So when you start looking at digestion and talking to your clients, when they talk about their heartburn and their GERD and their, their gas and their issues, you can see that salivation, digestion, and defecation are all in this list, which means your digestive system is severely impacted when you're in a stressful situation, because you don't need your digestive system in order to live, because remember, fight or flight means that you're ultimately in the danger of dying. And so why would you need your digestive system to be online? All right, so this is a lot of conversation that I have with my clients when they talk about these kind of issues. And I explain this to them, and I think it's extremely important, educational, and it really shows that you have an idea of what you're talking about. All right, so oral cavity, it's your mouth, everything starts breaking. Well, we don't break down proteins here, just a little bit on the fat, but really carbohydrates. Technically, you could put a piece of rice in your mouth and just let it sit there, like you store a piece of gum, and your salivary amylase will eventually break it down right in your mouth and take it through the membrane of the inside of your mouth. So someone is commenting that their digestive system has been challenged, so they take digestive enzymes to help break down foods. Now, I used to take enzymes with every meal, but I'm seeing a functional medicine doctor, and he has me only take them with my heaviest meal of the day to encourage my system to start making its own enzymes again. So that's a new thing for me. I've always taken them with every meal, but he asked me to take a double dose, like 2 instead of 1. And I have to pick which meal is going to be my biggest meal of the day. And that's the only meal he has me take. And he's hoping, well, his theory in his practice as a functional medicine doctor is that my enzymes should come back online because we have them. We do have them. So I hope that helps. Yeah, I just started doing that this week after taking them with every meal for the last 10 years. So, all right, let's move on. So your pharynx is your throat. So pharyngitis would be inflammation or a sore throat. So if you ever take your child to the doctor and they get diagnosed with pharyngitis. Someone's asking me, just to clarify, functional means that they look at the whole body rather than one part, right? I think it's a little bit more than that. He looks at my blood, specifically looks at my blood over time and looks at how my body's dealing with inflammation, how my red blood cells are behaving, my white blood cells. The first blood test I ever had with him, there were 84 markers that he checked in my blood. So yeah, so Naomi is commenting, is root cause medicine. No, my insurance doesn't cover it, and it costs me a pretty penny. But I promised my husband before he died that I would do everything I could to maintain my health. So anyway, someday they'll check. Someday insurance will cover it. So your pharynx is the passageway leading from your oral and your nasal cavities to your esophagus, which is eventually going to be your food tube. So we have muscles of deglutition. So if you look up muscles of deglutition in your sports book, the one that has your muscles in it, the one you use on Wednesday night, you'll see that those are muscles of swallowing. I'm typing it out for you. Yeah, those are your muscles of swallowing. So you'll notice when you swallow, more than just pushing the food, more happens than just pushing the food in your pharynx here. You have an epiglottis, okay? And the epiglottis is a piece of flexible cartilage that normally covers your esophagus, where your food's going to go while you're breathing. Okay, so I'm sitting here talking, and my epiglottis is covering my food pipe. Okay, so that's right here. Okay, it's covering my food pipe. When your muscles in your throat start to contract because you are choosing to swallow food, then the epiglottis bends forward here and covers your windpipe, which is your trachea, so that your food goes down the food pipe and not into your trachea, where that would be called aspirating. So I always remember getting in trouble for playing when we were eating, because playing causes laughing. And if a child or anyone has food in their mouth and they laugh hard enough for the air to suck that food back, that's one of the causes of choking. Because if you're breathing, your epiglottis is over here covering your food pipe, and this food will come down and it'll go over the trachea, the windpipe, and that's what causes choking. So when people say they swallowed something and it went down the wrong pipe, that's actually you would be aspirating and choking. Hopefully not choking to death, but this is where somebody might have to perform the Heimlich maneuver on you. So muscles, those muscles of deglutition, the muscles of swallowing, they form constrictions that help push the food, and they prevent air from being swallowed because they are covering your windpipe or your trachea. All right, so that's being controlled by the movement of the epiglottis. And so yeah. So your esophagus. So now we're beyond. Here you can see in this picture, here the epiglottis is covering your windpipe. Your windpipe is in front. When we first put food in our mouth, it's called food. When we chew it up and create a ball of food, it is now called a bolus. A bolus. So that's a ball of food. So when you swallow, that bolus of food goes past your pharynx and into the esophagus. Now, this is where peristalsis starts, or the rhythmic contractions of your digestive system, creating contractions to move your food or your water to the next phase of digestion. So where it's heading now is to the stomach. So there's no enzymes here within the esophagus. There's no absorption in the esophagus, but the esophagus does make mucus. So it can make mucus in order to help the food get down to, to moisten it and get it down. It takes about 4 to 8 seconds from the time you swallow for your food to get down to the bottom of the esophagus at the sphincter right above the stomach. The muscle contractions here are so strong that you could eat standing on your head or technically drink standing on your head. And as long as that food got past your pharynx and into the esophagus, it is still strong enough to get that food to the stomach. Okay? All right, so your stomach, it's a J-shaped extension or widening of the esophagus. So it has much of the same layers within its walls as the esophagus does. You can see that there's a longitudinal layer of smooth muscle, a circular layer, and then an oblique layer that goes in a diagonal. And then you have the submucosa, and then you have the mucus layer, and then you have the rugae, which are kind of the bumpy walls of the inside of your stomach. Your stomach contains, so mechanically, when food drops from your esophagus into the stomach is like an acid bath. So it's filled with hydrochloric acid. The mucosa lining of your stomach is there to protect your stomach lining from the hydrochloric acid that it contains within the stomach, okay? So you have a mucus lining there that protects your own stomach lining from your own stomach acid. Now we have things like ibuprofen, which can break through that mucus wall. Alcohol can break through that mucus wall. Ions, so like electrolytes. Some electrolytes can break through that mucus wall and can get out into the bloodstream. The thing with ibuprofen and alcohol is the more you consume, it can actually weaken the walls of the stomach and damage the mucosa and create a bleeding or an ulcer. So it would cause some gastritis or some ulceritis within the lining of your stomach. So chemically, you have hydrochloric acid, gastric juices, pepsin. You have intrinsic factor, which is what you need to break down and absorb vitamin B12. Let's see, I've got some questions coming in, so let me go take a look. When someone says my gastroc hurts, it means stomach. Usually gastroc is short for gastrocnemius. I believe if that's what you're typing to me, gastrocnemius would be your calf muscle. But if you meant to type something else, go ahead. But your gastritis, so your digestive system is sometimes referred to as your gastrointestinal system or your GI. So maybe when just the gastro, if someone says they're gastro, they touch their belly, then yes, that would refer to the stomach. Gastro, that's fine. That's fine. I know it's your second language. So gastrointestinal means everything from your stomach through the end. Okay, so yes. Yes, I would answer your question with a yes. You're welcome. If you put a C on the end, gastroc, that usually means short for gastrocnemius, which is your calf muscle. All right. So mechanically, we have this three-way muscle contraction for churning and squeezing and breaking down, taking this hydrochloric acid, which also contains healthy bacteria and ways and means to catch any unhealthy bacteria that might come through the food that you're eating. But mechanically, we have this muscle contraction that churns and mixes and squeezes and mixes with your gastric juices and the pepsin and the hydrochloric acid to take this bolus that came down the esophagus and turn it into a liquid that we'll call chyme. Sometimes people pronounce it chyme. It's CHYME. And hydrochloric acid and gastric juices and pepsin all create the perfect environment to break down proteins. So proteins begin in the stomach, the breakdown of proteins. All right. So when you think about everything that's happening in the stomach with the churning and the hydrochloric acid and gastric juices and pepsin and looking to mash and macerate and squeeze and break down that food, if we go back to sympathetic nervous system, when someone's in fight or flight, production of hydrochloric acid and gastric juices is slowed down or almost halted. So things like anxiety, stress, fear, I'm looking for another word, but you know what I mean, are actually slowing down. They're really affecting the stomach. So Yes, they're really affecting the stomach. They're affecting the actual mechanical contractions of the 3 layers of muscles. They're affecting how much gastric juices and pepsin and hydrochloric acid that you have, and slowing digestion down extremely slow. Okay, I have 10:57. I guess we're about 3 minutes early for our break, but there's something that I need to get and do. So I am going to freeze this screen. I'm going to pause the screen. I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. Oh, hold on. So go ahead and check out, and I'll see you in a few minutes. I have the screen paused right now, so I can maybe go look at scores, but something I have to do first, and then I'll come back and do that. Hey, thanks for checking back in. Let me unfreeze my screen. A couple of you I sent messages to already about attendance. The rest I will do at lunch. Thanks for checking back in. Let me get myself back in line here, back from break. Me too, I ate some cherries. All right, let's see if we've finished the stomach. Let me get the PowerPoint back up. Thank you for your patience. I know I'm going pretty slow today, but it just feels like a slow day. It just feels like a really slow day. Hope I'm not going to put any of you back to sleep, but we can take a nap at lunchtime maybe. All right, so all right, so let's see. Talk about the muscle contraction, hydrochloric acid that kills bacteria, the enzymes, pepsin, gastric lipase, that our own mucus wall protects our stomach from our own hydrochloric acid. And then we also have intrinsic factor in there for B12 absorption. So I think where we really learned the importance of that was when we first started doing gastric bypass with people. Gastric bypass literally bypassed the entire stomach and brought the food from the esophagus to the duodenum. And what happened was we were bypassing an important factor in order to absorb B12. People were coming up with pernicious anemia because they weren't getting the proper B12 that they needed. So intrinsic factor is within the gastric juices. If for any reason you can't absorb B12, it could be because of something to do with your abdominal secretions. And then you might take B12 injections or B12 sublingually, which will bypass the digestive system. All right, we know, I'm gonna go shut my door because my grandson just got home. So I'll be right back. Okay, thank you. I'm back. I'm sorry for that interruption, but I haven't seen him since Friday. Okay. My cousin is having this issue absorbing B12. She just had that surgery as well. So B12, any health food store these days gives B12 injections, but that's why when you go to the health food store, you'll notice that B12 is almost always comes in a sublingual form that you put under your tongue. I'm sorry, I've got to clear my throat. Okay. I don't think they bypass the stomach anymore because we saw how dangerous it is. But if you're having trouble because of your microbiome in your stomach and you're not absorbing B12, you can take it sublingually. So that's the type of supplement I was talking about earlier, where you would get at the health food store, and they're usually cherry flavored tablets that you stick under your tongue, and it's absorbed right into your body fluids through the inside of your mouth, the epithelial tissue of your mouth. Okay, so now we're going to enter the first third of your small intestine. So the stomach would be over here, okay, on the left side of the body. Here's the pancreas, located behind and below the stomach. Here's the liver. Here's the gallbladder. Here's your diaphragm, just in case. You can see how the diaphragm is interactive with your organs. So the stomach would connect right here to the duodenum. Some people pronounce it duodenum. It's 10 to 12 inches long, and it plays an extremely vital role in chemical digestion of the chyme in preparation for absorption. So in the duodenum, this is where most of the digestion now takes place. We started digestion in the mouth with saliva and salivary amylase and some salivary lipase. We came into the stomach and we have gastric juices and pepsin and hydrochloric acid, and we've turned that bolus into a liquid chyme. And that liquid chyme contains all of the pre-digested food that we've chewed up, swallowed, and then hopefully turned into liquid. And so when, I don't know if you ever noticed this in your own body, but you're in a room giving a massage or, doing something quiet, and all of a sudden you hear that squirting. Or you're working on a client and you turn them over, you've been working on the back of their body, and you turn them over and now you hear the squirting. Well, I explain to my clients, because most clients will say, "Oh, I'm really sorry, I just ate," or "I'm really sorry, I'm hungry." And they think that's what the sound is. And so the people that said they just ate, pretty correct, because That food went down into the stomach, it got mashed and mashed and liquefied and made into chyme. And now the chyme literally squirts into, okay, if we had the stomach is not in the picture. The liquid literally, here's the stomach would be here. It squirts right into the duodenum, okay? And digestion means that the chyme, everything in the chyme is now going to be broken down even more, okay? So the chyme coming in is very, very acidic because of all that hydrochloric acid that it's mixed with in the stomach. And so the pancreas is offering its pancreatic juices. You can see this trail here. Pancreatic juices are entering, and they are there to help alkalize the chyme so that it doesn't eat through the walls of your intestines, but it's also there to help digest even more lipids, proteins, and carbs. Okay, so we have different organs along the way offering their assistance in our breakdown, digestion, and absorption of our nutrients. Let me check the comment box right now. Happens all the time with clients. It usually happens when they relax and go into parasympathetic state. Exactly, Naomi. That's exactly why I typed the acronym to you guys earlier, was to remind you of how much the digestive system comes back online, working more and more efficiently when we get them relaxed. Okay, that's what brings the digestive system back online, is parasympathetic, and we can make so many things better. So the pancreas, sending the pancreatic juices. So digestion, chemical digestion, is about breaking things down. And it's breaking it down in the duodenum, getting ready for the other two parts of the small intestine to absorb through the walls of the small intestine. Okay, so then the liver comes in. Well, let me finish the pancreas. So this is the digestive or exocrine part of the pancreas. When you do your endocrine homework in about 10 days, you're going to talk about or look up the difference between endocrine glands and exocrine glands. And so the pancreas just happens to be both. So an endocrine gland secretes hormones into the bloodstream. An exocrine gland secretes, there's no similarity between what exocrine glands secrete. It's just that they secrete them either onto the surface of the body or into a duct in the body, not in the bloodstream. So your sweat glands, your sudoriferous glands, and your sebum, your sebaceous glands, those are exocrine glands, like this function of the pancreas. But the other part of the pancreas has an important endocrine function, and it has to do partially with digestion. The pancreas secretes insulin, and glucagon, I think it is, glucagon. And insulin is the is the escort for glucose to get into your body cells. And glucagon tells the liver, we need more glucose, so please release some of that stored fat you have and turn it into blood sugar because we need some energy. So even though the pancreas is part endocrine gland, part exocrine, they both have a relationship to digestion. On the other side here, we have our big, beautiful liver, which makes bile. Okay, so the liver makes bile, and one of the ingredients in bile are called bile salts. Another ingredient in your bile is the heme, H-E-M-E, the pigment that colors your blood is also in the bile. So when your liver or your spleen takes apart old red blood cells, those pieces go to the liver, and they're actually what colors your feces. They're what color your feces. And so if someone has a clogged bile duct that's supposed to bring the bile to the duodenum, then their poop tends to have no color. So sometimes it's white, sometimes it's gray, and that's a really, really strong indicator that there's an issue with the gallbladder. Now, bile's job, oh wow, that happened to you? Oh yeah, so you were having a liver. So the comment from the student is that happened to me. My poop was white and the whites of my eyes were yellow. So that was definitely a liver issue. Did you have a bile duct that was clogged? What happened? Very painful. Yes, so one of these ducts within the liver were probably blocked, and that the heme or the hemoglobin was so high that the liver started putting out, just like when a baby has jaundice. So it was a gallstone that clogged their main bile duct. Oh boy, that would have been really painful. Did you lose your gallbladder? I'm not getting an answer. So, I kept her for a few years after that, but eventually they had to have it out. Emergency surgery. Someone else is saying that they lost their gallbladder. So, what can you tell us about your diet now without a gallbladder? This will be very interesting. Well, first let me say that bile is made by the liver. I'll give you guys time to comment about your diet. So liver makes bile, and it sends that watery bile to the gallbladder. The gallbladder then concentrates that bile and makes it thick and yellow and really smelly. And what that bile is for is to emulsify fat. So we had salivary lipase in the mouth, we have gastric lipase in the stomach, we have pancreatic lipase coming from the pancreas. We have three things that are already out there attempting to break down fat because it's extremely hard, which is why the fattier the meal, the fuller you feel, the longer, then protein, then carbs. So the comments that I'm getting is exactly what I expected. The liver continues to make bile, and you'll notice in this picture, let me get rid of the highlighter. You'll notice in the picture that the liver has all these avenues to get to the gallbladder, and they have a common bile duct here. And so if there's no gallbladder, the liver will still make bile, but it'll be really watery. It'll be really watery, and it's just not as efficient at emulsifying fats. It's not as efficient. So the comments that I was reading were about how they feel. So any fat makes my stomach upset. I don't eat gluten. I'm not sure if that has a big relationship to, or if you eat gluten, it's worse. I don't eat spicy food. Fried foods, greasy foods don't work well with me. Gluten really messed my stomach up, and greasy, fatty foods upset, and the heartburn is like a dragon breathing fire. So yeah, without your gallbladder, digestion of fats is a lot more challenging. And so you want to try to do everything you can to keep your gallbladder and keep it clean and eat good fats. Apps for sure, eat good fats. So, all right, so that's the duodenum. Our accessory organs to digestion right now are the liver, the gallbladder, and the pancreas. Yes, mandatory healthy food for them that has no gallbladder, right? Definitely healthy fats in moderation. And you know, your brain lives on fat. So, in fact, your body makes cholesterol to protect your brain. So, our body makes the cholesterol that we need. We don't need to get it from food. All right, any questions there about the liver, gallbladder? Okay. All right, let's move on. So your small intestine itself is about 10 feet long, depending on, you know, how tall you are. Everything is going to be relative to your size. Okay, so we're going to move into the second part of our small intestine. And this is the jejunum. So here you can see the duodenum. You have the transverse colon, which is cut away in this picture. So we have the second part of the small intestine, about 3 feet long. And now we're really starting our absorption. Between the jejunum and the ileum, okay, third part, So the duodenum is where most of digestion takes place. Remember, digestion is the mechanical and chemical breakdown of food so small or particles so small that it can be absorbed by the small intestine. Well, here we are. We are in the small intestine, and it's time for all these nutrients to get absorbed. Okay, so we have, I think I have a slide coming up. Yeah, I do. Okay, so you'll notice that there's really no order to how the small intestine lies. It's got twists and turns and all kinds of shapes to it. And we have intense absorption of your nutrients happening here. So we got the liquid chyme going through the jejunum and peristalsis. So we haven't, I think we've used the word peristalsis so far today. In our esophagus and our stomach, we know that we have that three-way, well, in the stomach, we have three-way muscle contraction. I believe in the esophagus, we have two-way. But the muscle, what the muscle contraction does is it squeezes and pushes the food into a forward movement to get to the next place where it's going to be processed. When we get to the small intestine, peristalsis changes just a little bit into something called segmentation. So segmentation is where you push something forward and then push it back, and then forward and back and forward and back and forward and back. And what that does is this is where it creates a lag time for the nutrients to be in the highest level of contact with the inside walls of your small intestine so that maximum absorption can happen. And so they're stirring and churning forward and back, all the way through the jejunum. And ultimately, the third part, the yellow part down here, which is the ileum, which is about 6 feet long. So the function here, of course, is maximum absorption of nutrients from this liquid chyme. Remember, this is liquid that's running through your small intestines. The stomach made that liquid chyme. And this is what's running through your small intestine. We're going to talk about what happens inside on the next slide, but here's the ileocecal valve. Those of you that are in reflexology right now, we give a little shout out to the ileocecal valve in our recipe. Because this valves open and close, that's their job. And when they open, they're allowing that liquid chyme to enter into the cecum here, which is the first little part of the ascending colon. So inside the walls of your small intestine, we have these ruffles or uneven rolls, kind of like the rugae in the stomach, okay? And then on top of, they have little tiny villi, all right, little hair-like projections that that project off of the walls of the small intestine. And you'll notice that inside each of these little hair-like projections are blood vessels, arteries, veins, and depending on where you are in your digestive system or your small intestine, you also have these lacteals here, which are the lymphatic capillaries, specialized lymphatic capillaries. And so who remembers what lymph's job is in the digestive system? Who remember lymph's role in the digestive system? Come on, we just did lymph last week. Yes, Cynthia, absorbs lipids. So the lymphatic system transports dietary lipids. Okay. Lipids are too large. So how many places have we already seen where our body is trying to break down fats? Salivary lipase, gastric lipase, pancreatic lipase, and then all through the small intestine. Fat needs to be emulsified into pieces so small that blood capillaries, even though fat gets broken down, it's never small enough to get into blood capillaries. And so we have these specialized Peyer's patches, which are part of your lymphatic system. And then we have these special lacteals, which are within the small intestine that actually pick up our dietary lipids for us. Whereas when your carbohydrates and proteins are running through the small intestine, they're being picked up by the blood capillaries within the villi here. Okay, so we have blood capillaries picking up proteins and carbohydrates, and we have lacteals, which are specialized lymph capillaries that are picking up the emulsified fats, which have not been broken down small enough to get picked up again by the bloodstream. Okay, so they're a very complicated, detailed system here. So you can see on each individual, so this here is depicting the fingers that you see here, but on top of is a whole nother cube with little tiny microvilli, which are like tiny little hairs. Now, it is theorized that the entire surface of the small intestine, meaning the surface area created by the microvilli and the villi and the folds, that if stretched out, this 10 feet of small intestine would cover a baseball diamond. Okay, cover a baseball diamond. So that's how much surface area we have within our small intestine to absorb the nutrients that we need in our body. So that's the reason for segmentation within our small intestine, because that liquid, we want all of that liquid to come in contact with these little microvilli, which are going to pick up the nutrients and take them in to get to the lymphatic system and to get to the bloodstream. So this is why segmentation is so important, where it pushes it forward and then back and then forward and back, mixing and churning and moving stuff all around, so that every measurement of that liquid chyme eventually comes in contact with one of the walls, so that maximum absorption of nutrients can occur. All right, any questions? A very complicated system, and you know, this is all ruled by your microbiome, the parasites, the bacteria, the viruses that all live within your intestinal tract that keep us safe and help us to absorb nutrients. And, you know, I was watching a little video this morning on, you know, reminding us that we are what we eat. We are what we eat. We eat processed food, then we think along the lines of, you know, processed food. We just don't get the same nutrients we get from whole food, which is so hard in our society these days because everybody is always in so much of a hurry that we just don't, you know, always get to, you know, to the place where we can always eat whole food, and it's really, really hard. All right, let me see where we're going next. I do have a couple of explanatory videos today that we're gonna see probably after lunch. Okay, so we're starting the large intestine. So our large intestine has 3 parts. So it starts with the ascending colon, ascending meaning the rise, so it's going up towards your head. Transverse, going side to side, and then descending, coming down. That is the 3 parts of the large intestine. So, and then we have the sigmoid colon, the rectum, and the anal canal and the anus, which is where everything eventually exits our body. So the ascending colon, the tubes of the ascending colon are much larger than the small intestine, because it's not such a complication. It's not quite as complicated absorption system in the colon as we have in the small intestine. So the main job of your large intestine is the reabsorption of the water from the chyme. So all that water and gastric juices and watery, all that watery chyme, once it gets to the colon, in order to keep you from being dehydrated, your colon's job is to reabsorb that water back into your body. Okay, so When you're constipated, it's because you don't have enough fluid, and the colon takes so much and it becomes so dry that you can't get your feces out. If you have a bacteria that your body feels like it needs to get rid of right now, your body might go through diarrhea. Diarrhea is the way your body can exit something that it feels is dangerous, and it just stops absorbing water, and it pushes everything out. I'm going to read a comment really quick. I'm having a lot of trouble with my connection. Not sure it's showing I'm logged in. Just wanted to let you know. Yeah, as long as you can type a question, which I see your comment right now, you are logged in. So I wouldn't worry. When you log out and then log back in again, it clocks you to the minute when you leave and when you come back. And so I know that you're having an issue, so I will completely take that into account when I'm doing attendance. I will not nickel and dime you with that time. When I do attendance, I look for logging in at 10 o'clock. I look for logging out at 4. I look for logging in and out at breaks and lunch. And as long as I see all of that, you get your 6 hours of attendance, okay? But thank you for being concerned, but it sounds like you have enough to stress about with your connection today. So just worry about that, okay? Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. So again, if you have a bacteria that's out of balance, or let's say you get food poisoning, and one of the things that happens with food poisoning is you vomit and have diarrhea. So that is your digestive system on alarm going, oh my gosh, we got a bad bacteria in here. There's a parasite in here. There's something. We need to exit the channels right now, because from your mouth to your anus is one long open to the world tube. Okay, think about it that way. From your mouth to your anus is the part of your body that's open to the outside world. Okay, so it's pretty easy to bring in bacteria in or on things that you eat, or parasites, or a fungus, or something. And if your digestive system detects it, it's going to want to get rid of it. Okay, so the ascending colon is receiving straight liquid. Okay, so its muscles are very thick. Okay, really, really thick muscles, because it's basically pushing it's basically pushing liquid uphill. Okay, it's pushing it right uphill. So your large intestine is about 5 feet long. It's about 2.5 inches in diameter. Okay, 2.5 inches in diameter. And again, the main job of the colon is to reabsorb fluid. It also makes, it uses the good bacteria within its microbiome to ferment any remaining carbs, converting any remaining proteins to amino acids. And the colon actually makes vitamins as well, especially vitamin B and vitamin K. So we've got this liquid chyme going up the pink part there, going up the ascending colon. Then we have this turn in the hepatic flexure. Those of you in reflexology, we were talking about this the other day. This is where gas tends to get trapped. And the other flexure here with the spleen, we have a tendency of gas to get trapped here as well. So whether you're doing reflexology or abdominal massage for someone to help relieve gas, at least you want to know where you're going to find that gas. So now we're traveling, we've turned, and we're liquid is being reabsorbed back into the bloodstream, the lymphatic system, or the interstitial fluid. It's just being carried out the walls of the large intestine. This is the second of the 3 parts. Goes across from the liver on the right to the spleen on the left. And interesting where the transverse colon sits. The stomach sits in a relationship to it. And if you have, if you're having issues with motility of your bowels or constipation, when you take a nice big deep breath, the kind that pushes your stomach out, when you take a nice big deep breath like that, the stomach presses on the transverse colon. And when the stomach presses on the transverse colon, it actually signals the brain to have a defecation response, meaning to start moving feces in order to exit the body. This is part of why abdominal compressions can create a bowel movement. If you are compressing right there on top of the transverse colon, you're mechanically doing basically the same thing. Okay, so that's why deep breathing is really, really good for bowel movements. The descending colon, excuse me, is the last part of the large intestine. Now we're getting to solid feces here. We've taken out, we're taking out up to 90% of the fluid that was in the chyme. We are reabsorbing that fluid back into the body. So as the feces are descending through the descending colon, makes mucus to help moisten and lubricate for the ease of getting them out of the body. And you can see sometimes, if you have really, I don't like to use the word healthy, but I can't think of anything right now. If you have a nice healthy bowel movement, you'll see sometimes the curve in it, and that's because of it coming through the sigmoid colon and then down into the rectum. So the entire colon, our large intestine, its job is to squeeze out water, make vitamins B and K. It has the same circular and linear smooth muscle contraction. There is a small amount of absorption because it is absorbing water. It will absorb minerals if they're still in there. It will absorb sodium if it's in there. And then it contains that good bacteria to ferment any remaining carbs, proteins, and make really good use of anything that escaped the small intestine. and bring it through the large intestine. So I'm not sure if there's anything else I can say on that. So does anybody have any questions? Okay, I'm getting ready to check the box right now. Thank you for your patience. Oh, no. What causes excessive gas and burping? Excessive. Well, I believe a lot of sugar is going to get you gas and burping. When things don't digest and they ferment, you get a lot of gas and burping. Carbonation causes gas and burping. I'm also having connection issues, but I plan on getting the recording sent to me. Okay, and that makes sense. Like different foods, like, the other thing that causes excess burping is swallowing air. So maybe when you're talking and you're eating, if you eat or drink too fast, then you're going to get air. If you talk while you eat, chewing gum, sucking on hard candies, carbonated beverages, things like that. So, and everybody knows that broccoli, cabbage, beans, and dairy also cause that. I see that some places say to take an antacid, but the thing about the human body is that when you suppress it, it will come back stronger. And I know there are people that have to take antacids. But when you suppress your body's own acid factory, it's going to be, it's going to come back. It's going to try to fight back. And so unfortunately, it becomes a medication that people are on, daily. But most of the things that cause that is overeating, chewing gum, talking while you're eating too fast. And then, of course, you have the beans and the different vegetables that naturally have a high gas content. And what about when you eat asparagus, huh? I totally forgot last night before I went to bed that I had asparagus and with my dinner, and I went, oh, golly, yeah. I remember now that I had asparagus. There's a chemical in there that gets secreted, I believe, in your urine, and that's why we smell it sometimes. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Not drinking water before and after meals helps acid production. Yes, it does. Oh, asparagusic acid. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah. Oh, Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts too. Um, so yeah, not drinking excessive water. When I spent 3 months, 3 or 4 months in Europe when I was 18, I stayed the summer with my uncle and his German wife, and there were never liquids on the table when we ate a meal. We did not drink while we ate. And even though it's okay to drink some, when we drink while we eat, what we tend to do is not chew things enough. And so we make it harder for that when that bolus reaches the stomach, if it's not chewed up as well as it should be, it just makes everything harder to digest. And, you know, I took, during COVID, I took Shayna's nutrition class online. I recommend it for everyone. It's a lot more engaging because she puts herself on camera and you see her cute little face. And, but learning there, like when you put your food in your mouth, when you take a bite of food, you're basically supposed to turn that into a liquid mush before you swallow it. What is the nutrition class called? That's a really good question. Probably holistic nutrition is what it'll come up as an online class. I think it's called holistic nutrition. Yeah, and it's really good. All of Shayna's classes, her herb class, superfoods and nutrition, they're amazing. She is really, really, really knowledgeable. I've learned so much from her in the last 5 years since she's been teaching for us. She's amazing. And then, of course, if you want to learn about herbs and making tinctures. So someone is mentioning that it's coming up. It's in the online schedule. So I'm not sure how you look up the online. Maybe it has its own calendar. But you'll want to check that out because it's really, really good. Highly, highly, I would highly pimp that class out. Okay, they say this in Ayurveda as well, no liquids with food. They put out our digestive fire, and iced or cold beverages aren't good for digestion either. So I'm gonna add to that comment. You know, in Chinese medicine, they don't eat raw food. And my acupuncturist used to be a teacher here. She doesn't live here anymore, but she went to Healing Hands and then she became an acupuncturist. And she became a Chinese doctor, basically. And students who are going through stressful learning environments like this tends to take away from the energy of your spleen in Chinese medicine. Now, spleen is paired with the, is it stomach, spleen, small? I'm supposed to know this. Stomach or small intestine? But your spleen is responsible for cooking. The energy of the spleen is responsible for warming and cooking. So My spleen was so, thank you, stomach, spleen and stomach. My spleen was so depleted back when my husband first got sick, or even before that, that she told me that I could not eat raw food or cold food for a whole year. Okay, Corey. Yeah. So no, because when you think about it, even I know there's a lot of people out there on raw food, and we'll talk about that later. But the energy of your spleen and your stomach need to cook that food for you to really fully digest it and break it down. And the iced cold drinks, your spleen and stomach energy has to heat that up in order to digest it. So it takes energy from other places to do that. And so eating your food, my husband was really funny when it came to people and their thinking that their dietary practice was the be all and the get all of all dietary practices. And he always took the most issue with people who ate only raw food. And he said to me one day, you know, when you look at evolution, and please, if you're a raw foodie, just take this with a grain of salt. Because he was so upset that he would never eat raw food. He only ate cooked food, except for salads. But he said that our brains didn't grow to the size that they are now until we discovered fire. And once we had fire, we could cook our food. So that's just a little heavenism from my late husband, that's how he defended eating his food cooked, okay? Was that our brains got to the size they are now when we discovered fire. So, and it may not have anything to do with cooking the food or not, but that was his defense. So I'm going to, let's finish the last parts of the digestive system. I'm sorry, yeah, so we have the rectum here. We have the sigmoid colon that shapes and sigmoid into the rectum. And gets the feces ready for their elimination from the body. This is a page in your book where you can just see a gathering of information on your GI tract functions. This is your gastrointestinal tract. So from your mouth to your large intestine. I don't think it's, well, I guess they're talking about the mechanical and chemical and what it absorbs. So this could be a little helpful chart for you. And then if we go to the next slide, this is the order that we just went through. So I know sigmoid colon and ileocecal valve are technically not on your list, but maybe they are. This is just the order that we went through. So I am going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to give you a little extra time today because I need to do something. So I am going to excuse you until 1:30. I hate to tell you to go take a walk because it's just too hot there for you to do that. But go ahead and check out for lunch and I'll see you at 1:30. Well, hi everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had a nice break and maybe you did something to cool off. I actually had to leave my house for a little while, and it is definitely hot out there. It's definitely hot. People are talking about it being hotter yesterday, but hey, what do I know? So let me see. So I'm looking for your name if you asked me for information about attendance or scores. And I am attempting to type those in right now. Joanna, are you here? Joanna, are you here? Hi guys, back from lunch. I'm looking for Joanna so I can type to her, but I need her to be back from lunch. So I'll just keep my eye out. Okay, so did anybody have any questions come up over lunch? Well, we have one no, so I guess that's good. Not really. But thought about digestion the whole time I was eating. I know. I had to leave and I got something to eat while I was gone, and I was thinking about that. We used to talk about what we might have eaten for lunch in the classroom, and where it's being digested and how much. Oh, there you are, Joanna. I was looking for you to type you the information you wanted, so I'm doing that right now. All right, so there you go, your points and what group you signed up for. Okay, I think that's everybody. If I did not answer you, I apologize. I don't remember you asking me for your points, but I'll write it down right now. And I asked everyone this morning. Yes, that is correct on the attendance. I'm writing your name down right now to check points on the next break. I apologize, but thank you. Yes, oh, you remember your points? No, I don't, if you have to make sure that you turned in homework today. That's okay, McKenna, I will get them. If I missed you, I apologize. I will get them. Okay, I don't have any help today, so I will do it on break. So you're on a new clean piece of paper. Okay. All right, so let's move into carbohydrates, proteins, and all of that stuff. Complex carbs. Complex carbs. So oh, there we go. I made my box a little bit smaller here. So our primary source of energy, okay, it's coming from carbohydrates. We have both complex carbs and simple carbs. So a complex carb, if you follow the name, being more complex, it is harder to break down. In other words, it's digested slowly because of the fiber content and a lower glycemic index, lower sugar. So things like vegetables. Now there are some vegetables that are probably like zucchini and squash that are more high in sugar, but you know they come out seasonally. But potatoes, grains, pasta, wheat, brown rice, they need to be broken down more slowly. Beans, sweet potatoes, you can see the pictures that we have here, quinoa, brown rice. So their makeup is a little bit more complex. They have more molecules to them and they are digested a lot more slowly. So the complex sugars, they have two or more. Simple sugars, they release glycogen. Let's see. All right, they're easily transported by the blood when they're broken down. They dissolve, well, simple sugars dissolve easily in water, right? So if we look at simple sugars, here we have more simple carbohydrates. They don't have as many molecules, so their breakdown is really fast and they're getting into the bloodstream a lot faster. They can actually, you know, depending on your dietary restrictions or needs, you might not be able to eat sweets like sugars, fruits, beers, malts, and liquor. They raise your blood sugar really, really high. And then, of course, then there's a low right after. Now, I've been noticing on labels of things and things that I've been reading is that liquor, maybe that means liqueur, but grain alcohol supposedly has no carbs, which I find really, really hard to believe and don't really understand how that can be. But they say no carbs. You see a lot of those canned drinks like, I don't know if it's Truly or some of those seltzer waters that say they have no carbs, which I have a hard time understanding. Maybe there's calories, but not carbs. White Claw, Truly. Yeah, so where are the 100 calories from though, if they're not from carbs? Where's the 100 calories from, right? If there's no carbohydrates, I don't see where there's any fiber in them. Yeah, I don't believe it either. So let's see. And then we have our super simple, other simple carbohydrates, lactose, fructose, and sucrose, so milk sugar, fruit sugar, and white sugar. White sugar is pretty much like most everybody's favorite thing, but you know, um, pretty dangerous for the human body. It's hard to stay away from, but pretty dangerous for the human body. So protein, this is actually what builds our body. So the carbohydrates might fuel our body, but what builds our body is protein. So every cell in the human body contains protein, which is a complete chain of amino acids. So whether you're a meat eater or not a meat eater, doesn't, someone's asking me to go back. So whether you're a meat eater or not a meat eater, doesn't really matter what you want to, how you want to educate yourself. And I'm not good at this because I'm a meat eater. I get my protein from eggs and meat. That's where I like to get my protein from. That's what makes my body feel good. My sweet little friend who is in Tuina is saying I'm a man eater. Did you mean meat eater or man eater, Missy? Yes, we are all laughing. I'm not naming names, but we were in Tuina together. Oh, you were just kidding. Okay, I thought so because you're just too sweet to be a man eater. You're just much too sweet. Okay, so we have a chain of amino acids, and when people don't eat meat or want to eat less meat or want to be vegan or vegetarian, the thing that you want to teach yourself about is amino acids and making sure that in your diet you're using food combinations to get the protein that you need. And when you look at different, I'm not sure if the right word is ethnicity, like I'm Irish and Italian, but we don't talk about the Italian side. We're talking about the Irish side because in Ireland, they eat cabbage and potatoes a lot together. And cabbage and potatoes together make a full chain of amino acids. Rice and beans, broccoli and brown rice. You can look at, the major ethnicities in the world, and you can see where there's a staple within their food that that goes together to make the amino acids. So Raquel is commenting that vegans have to eat more legumes like beans, quinoa, and chickpeas. Yes, to get those amino acids. Lentils. Yeah, see, I'm a meat eater, and when I think about eating a lentil, it just makes me sick to think about eating a lentil in any form. I like refried beans, but I don't want bean soup. It's just not something that I'm attracted to. But I have O blood, and O blood people have a lot of hydrochloric acid. We were supposedly, according to Eat Right for Your Blood Type, which has been a 40-year study. Eat Right for Your Blood Type's been a 40-year study on how we all went from being O blood to A, B, and AB blood. And the study there shows that You know, we all started out as O. It's a belief that we all started out as O, and or as human race. And as we moved around the planet and different foods were available, our blood types became different. I'm type O and I eat animal-based carnivore. Changed my life. Yes. Yeah, we have a lot of hydrochloric acid. We look for red meat. I mean, not only do we want meat, and I'm sure there's vegans and vegetarians out there who have O blood and they're doing just fine because they probably didn't feel real good and they had to really educate themselves on how to make a complete protein. All right, someone is commenting that bean soup is pretty good. I guess I'd go for white bean soup. But it's not their first choice either. I'm type A, and supposedly we do better with less meat. Yes, you do. And there's one thing I remember it's about type B, is B for beer. You can have beer. I don't know why I remember that. I was probably exploring what alcohols the blood types could have. I don't know. So I'm getting lots of comments about bean soups and garbanzo beans and meat eaters, and we're going to talk about dietary practices a little bit later. But pure protein sources include meat, milk, fish, eggs, soy, beans, legumes, wheat germ, quinoa, and nut butters. I'm really leery about milk because I think it should be drank raw. And I actually have evidence within my own community that if someone is lactose intolerant, they usually have no trouble if the milk is raw. I had a farmer in class once. She had a farm out in Fallbrook, and we were talking about this very subject, and her name was Shannon. And I said to Shannon, I said, do you want to explain the difference between raw milk and pasteurized milk to the class? And she said, sure, if you take a glass, of milk that's been pasteurized and a glass of milk straight from the cow, and you leave them on the kitchen counter and don't refrigerate them, in a week, the pasteurized milk will be molded and the raw milk will be cheese. I read an article, I'm reading comments. I read an article of all the things they put in store-bought milk. I don't like real milk. I used to drink it a lot when we would visit my grandma in Mexico, and I didn't like it. When growing up in Brazil, that's all we drank. The milk used to come in plastic bags, and we had to boil it before consumption. I don't drink animals' milk anymore. I'm a huge supporter of raw milk. Me too, raw milk. Where do you buy your raw milk? I live in Vista, and Fraser Farms carries raw milk and raw cream. I've been drinking raw milk for the past year and have never felt better. Sprouts carries it, so Vista has both Sprouts and Fraser Farms. I just shop at Fraser Farms because my niece is a store manager there. So I shop at Fraser Farms for that reason, and I really like it. So raw milk, raw butter, raw cream. I think in that context, it isn't bad. But then you have people who are proponents. So I'm being asked if I boil my raw milk, and I'm going to say no because then it wouldn't be raw milk anymore. And the raw milk here is safe to drink. I'm not sure what they do to it, if it's just a flash. But no, if you boil it, then it's not raw milk anymore. And actually, I think like with vegetables and meat, like I use a dehydrator, and as long as the temperature, I think, doesn't go over 105 degrees, it's still considered raw. So when I dehydrate beef for beef jerky, I dehydrate it at 102 degrees so that it's technically raw and it has the enzymes. Because raw milk contains the enzymes within it to digest the milk. Yeah, dehydrators are cheap. They're wonderful pieces of equipment to have. I've had mine for 37, well, I would have been married 39 years last week. So I've had my dehydrator for 38 years. And it still works. It still works. They're a very simple piece of equipment. All right, fats. Dietary fats, concentrated fuel for energy. Fats go directly to the brain. In fact, there are studies, they're always studying fat and Alzheimer's because I read a study once where they would test someone with dementia and then feed them a high amount, maybe 4 to 6 tablespoons, I think, of coconut oil. And then within a couple of hours, test their cognition again, and it was always improved. Coconut oil crosses that blood-brain barrier and brings the healthy fat to your brain, for sure. So the really good sources, of course, are avocado, seen in the picture, nuts, flaxseed. I use avocado oil now almost exclusively, well, avocado oil and olive oil. Avocado oil is not unsafe to cook with because it has a really, really, really high heat limit, whereas most olive oils, and I don't know if everybody notices this, but the oil will tell you on the bottle the heat limit to cook with it, before. And what happens to the oils is they become carcinogenic, cancer causing when you cook with them too high. One of my teachers at one of my instructors at the homeopathic school said she does all of her stir fry in water until the water's all dried out, all evaporated. And then once she turns the heat off, then she puts her olive oil in and mixes it up with the vegetables. I'm not sure about vegetable oil. I kind of stay away from vegetable oil. Oh, David, I'm going to mention your name. I live on ghee. I live on ghee. I love ghee, clarified butter. Ghee is so good for you. Butter, you know what? Butter's not bad for you either. My functional medicine doctor has me on butter and ghee because they contain butyric acid, which is essential for processing the fats in your body. So yeah, ghee is amazing, and you can make your own, but it's cheaper. It's probably cheaper to buy it. I don't know. So if you don't know what ghee is, if you take butter and you melt it gently, when you melt a stick of butter, it has a layer of froth on it, and the froth is taken off. That's the trans fat is taken off, and that leaves the clarified butter. So the comment here, I was diagnosed with a liver issue a few years ago, and I have been consuming raw milk and ghee to help with this. So is it helping? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome that it's helping. Yeah, I love ghee. I cook my eggs in it and my fish in it. I would fry in it if I could, but it'll, although it doesn't burn like butter does. It doesn't burn. Uh, so your Irish butter, Kerrygold is good for your brain. Yeah, I think there's a higher butter fat content in some of those butters, which I'm not worried about fat. The fat doesn't make you fat. All right, I seem to be having a wonderful conversation here, and it's very lonely having it by myself, although I can read your comments, and they really, 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 really help. So fats have a low O2 content, making them insoluble in water. So when you take your fat soluble vitamins, you want to make sure you take them with your meal, which is so vitamins A, D, E, and K are your fat solubles, and you want to be taking them with a meal. Oh, well, thank you, David. That's a really nice thing. Are you going to be in one of my classes upcoming? All right, hope so too. Okay, what location are you in, David? No, I don't teach circulatory. That's a bummer. Oh, no, Dan found the other teachers up there to sub for him. You're in Laguna? Oh, I'm sorry you weren't in reflexology or lymph. All right. All right, nutrient absorption. So, nutrient absorption. So the small intestine, we talked about it being a long tube. I think you guys already know this information, but it's probably good to have this in a concentrated paragraph. So within the ileum and the jejunum, we have those little hair-like projections that line the small intestine. Each of those little villi have blood vessels, including capillaries, lymph vessels, and lymph capillaries. Lymph picks up the fat, and the blood vessels pick up carbs and proteins. The small intestine uses segmentation, which is a form of peristalsis, but that's that forward and back, forward and back, forward and back to create a longer lag time so that that chyme stays in the small intestine as long as possible so it can pick up a minimum of 90% of the nutrients that are available in your liquid chyme. So maximum absorption. I'll give you a minute to finish writing this down. I am going to run really quick to the restroom while you do that. All right, everybody good? So the liver, let me check. Good. Okay, the liver, oh, 1 second. Let me go back. So the liver has a great nickname, the great organizer, located in the upper right quadrant of the abdomen, performs over 200 functions. I've often looked for a comprehensive list of the 200 functions, but have never really run into them. So if you're somebody that likes to do research on the computer, I would be open ultimately to a list. So when your small intestine picks up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, they're taken directly through a portal vein. They're taken directly to the liver because the liver does decide where all the nutrients are going to go and how they'll be used. And then if they aren't needed right now, the liver has a way of storing those nutrients for future use. We know that it makes the watered down bile to send to the liver. So for those people who were commenting this morning about not having their gallbladder, what we know about the bile is that it emulsifies fats so that fats can be picked up by the specialized lymphatic vessels, the lacteals. And if the bile is watery, then it simply isn't going to be concentrated enough, and there's going to be too much fat going through your digestive system and through the elimination system, which can cause some digestive pain and cramping and oily stools. And I think that there's a supplement out there that was on the market or is on the market that you can take that keeps you from absorbing fats in your diet. I mean, what could be more dangerous? I don't know. But I understand that when you take it, you get pretty crampy and oily stools because those fats are not going into your bloodstream where, you know, we really want those fats to go because we need them to get to our brain. So the liver is highly vascular. All blood goes through the liver. Highly vascular meaning it has a lot of blood capillaries. It filters out the toxins and receives the blood with the nutrients, medicines, chemicals, toxins, and microbes. The liver makes sure that you have glucose. Okay, so if you are low on blood sugar, your liver will make sure that glucose is converted from glycogen, which is in the fat cells. The liver metabolizes carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, detoxifies alcohol and medications. In fact, I read an article about when medications are created any kind of Western, what we would call Western drugs or Western meds. And that the dosage, when they study the medication and put it in people's bodies, the dosage has to be high enough, or the ingredients enough, so that when they get to the liver only filters out what it's capable of filtering out, and then the rest of the ibuprofen gets to you, where it can do its job as a pain reliever or a fever reducer. So when we take things like rectal medications, that is specifically to bypass the liver and get that medication right into the bloodstream. So there's rectal pain relievers, there's rectal anti-nausea medication, but it's completely bypassing the liver, and it's not going to have anything taken out. So you'll notice that the dosages on a rectal medication is going to be a lot lower than a pill that you swallow, because we know the liver is going to extract some of that out. Serves as storage for vitamins A, B, D. E should be on there too, fat soluble vitamins. Activates vitamin D. It's part of that process with the kidneys and the skin to activate vitamin D. Let's see. A lot of phagocytosis of old red blood cells and some bacteria occurs in the liver. It can secrete thyroid and steroid hormones if it needs to. And I would imagine that it is doing that through, it's doing that on its own if it feels like the body is out of balance for those hormones. All right. Anything else here about the beautiful liver? Nope, I think that's pretty good. Let me see, I think there's a question. Well, I have A, B, D, and K, but A, D, and K are the fat soluble vitamins. So the question is, does it store vitamin E? And I'm not sure. But when I look at the other vitamins there, I'm looking it up. They look as though they're fat soluble. So my thought is that E might be in there too, but it may not be. So let me check my notes really quick. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, fat soluble vitamins are stored in the liver, fatty tissue, and muscles. So it's A, D, E, and K. So the B might be the mistype. No. Let's see, fat soluble or stored in the body's liver, A, D, E, and K. So water soluble vitamins are not stored. So change that B to an E, A, E, D, and K, okay? Yeah, no, water soluble vitamins don't get stored. So that's all the B's and the C. Now, the only exception to that is B vitamin, which, okay, so B12. B12 can be stored in the liver. It's only B12. So that might be where the B came from. Okay, so it's A, D, E, K, and B12 can be stored in the liver. Okay. All the rest of the vitamins are water soluble, so they don't get stored. The body uses what it needs and then just lets it flush out. All right, are we good? Got it, good. I'm making myself a note to change that slide. All right, liver slide. It should say A, D, E, K, and B12. All right, got it. Lovely. So I think I have a little video on the liver. So hold on and let me see. I downloaded a few like 4 and 5 minute videos this morning that looked interesting. Now, unfortunately, they're not going to be in the recording, but they're easy to find on YouTube. They're all by the same. Author. So I'm going to show you first. It's called "What Does the Liver Do?" And I think it's maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. They might have commercials. If they do, I'm sorry. Wasn't that cool? I have a few of those for us today. I thought it was really cool. Yeah, I have one for the kidney too when we get there, and the whole digestive system. So yeah. All right, so let's move on from the liver to the gallbladder, which we pretty much have really talked a lot about that today, located just beneath the liver, and folded inside. It actually concentrates and stores the bile, and it uses the common bile duct to, once it drains the water from the bile, and then when you start eating, start chewing and swallowing, it signals bile and pancreatic juices to start being squirted into the duodenum. So it's really, really important to keep your gallbladder as long as you can. Again, those of you that don't have one, feel the discomfort of certain foods that you put in your body, that you simply can't anymore because you don't have the concentrated bile that you need. Now you might be able to learn from Shayna ways to support that in your body, ways to support that. She's really good about all kinds of herbs and stuff like that. The pancreas. So we're back to the pancreas here. So located just below and behind the stomach. The pancreas uses 99% of its cells to make the pancreatic juices, which alkalize the chyme. But along with alkalizing, those juices are also digestive juices that break down carbohydrates, proteins, and fat. If you've ever known anyone who's ever had a case of pancreatitis, where their pancreas gets inflamed and the pancreatic juices start leaking out into the body and not into the duodenum, and it's extremely devastating because basically your pancreatic juices are attempting to digest whatever organs or glands or fascia that it comes in contact with. And that area of the body where you find it, it's right in front of the spine. And so pancreatitis can feel like a really, really intense backache. And in order to calm the pancreas down, I think you're usually put on like little to no food. They might, put you on a saline solution, but they need you to stop digesting for a short period of time to bring the inflammation in the pancreas back down. 1% of the cells are used to make and secrete insulin. Insulin, again, is the escort for glucose to get out of the blood, decrease blood sugar levels, and into your cells for energy. All cells need this carb for energy, and insulin is the key to unlocking that door. It unlocks the door at the receptor site. So when people have diabetes, for example, their blood sugar is too high. Okay, so blood sugar meaning too high is that it's not in the body cells giving you energy, it's roaming around your bloodstream where it can be very damaging. So the small blood vessels in your eyes get damaged, and an out of control diabetic can go blind. The smaller blood vessels in your feet damaged as well, and you could lose a foot or two. I'm speaking from experience in my husband's family, who one of his stepfathers was diabetic and refused to quit drinking, and he eventually went blind and died right before he lost one of his feet. My aunt lost her foot to diabetes. She just didn't understand or didn't really care to keep her blood sugars down. So keeping blood sugars down means keeping blood sugar out of your blood. Again, it's damaging. It's damaging. It can cause atherosclerosis. It can cause arteriosclerosis. It can cause heart disease, blindness, neuropathy. Sugar is not supposed to be in your blood. It's supposed to be in your body cells. Okay? And they use insulin for that. Some people are insulin resistant because they've eaten so much sugar in their lifetime, they've kind of worn out, their cells are kind of worn out to insulin. And then, of course, trying to go without, sugar and things that raise your glycemic index, meaning if you eat a piece of cheese, high protein, high fat, it's not going to be a significant raise in your blood sugar. But if you eat a piece of watermelon, which is just as healthy for you, however, it has a very high glycemic index, so your blood sugar goes way up in comparison. Okay. Salivary glands. We have 3 pairs of salivary glands that release enzymes, amylase and lipase, to help moisten food, clean your teeth, and create enzymes in order to break down food. So right in front of your ears are your parotid. I don't know why it says behind the ear. I guess because it's clearly right there in the front. Now, are any of you old enough like me to have had mumps? Anybody out there old enough to have had mumps? No? Okay, so when I was a kid, we were lucky and we got mumps and measles and all that. And mumps was a swollen, I'm old enough but did not have them. No, I had chicken pox. No, I had chicken pox. Okay, so I had the mumps twice. Because I got it at one side and then the other. It's a swollen, it's an infection or a viral infection in the parotid salivary glands. And so your face swells up like a chipmunk. Yeah, bulldog. That's good, Raquel. Yeah. So some people are saying they've had the chicken pox, but not the mumps. I got the mumps. First time I had the mumps, I had an eye surgery when I was 2, and when they took the bandages off, I had mumps underneath, just on one side, and then I got them again, got them on the other side. And then, of course, I've had the measles, the 3-day measles. Yeah, when I was a kid, you got vaccinated for polio and smallpox, and you didn't do that. I think polio was when you were little, but smallpox was when you went to school. All right, then you have your submandibular, which are on the floor of your mouth, and the sublingual, which are under the tongue. And you know, for those of you that have had Chinese medicine, I think it's triple warmer 17 behind the ear at the top of the sternocleidomastoid. Am I calling that right? Triple warmer 17. Well, if you press on that, your saliva starts running. So you might want to, you know, if you have a dry mouth, yes, triple warmer 17. Thank you, Santali. The peritoneum, if you remember from connective tissue day, we have the peritoneum, which is our gut sac. It's a protective, dense, irregular connective tissue sac that surrounds most of your organs, the peritoneum. Lots of connective tissue. These are all the cutaway of the tubes, like this is the large intestine. The kidneys. The kidneys filter the blood to remove waste. We heard that on the liver, that they will send that wasteful the blood with the waste in it over to the kidneys. Filter out H2O, meaning water, sending 65% back, and the other 35% stays with what's been filtered out and becomes your urine. Helps alkalize the blood. Blood reserves of sodium, potassium, and calcium, and then is on board to synthesize vitamin D along with the skin and the liver. You see that we have two kidneys, then the tubes connecting them down to the urine, so down the ureters to the bladder. The bladder is your storage place for your urine. All right, let's see. How do you, okay, we're gonna watch another short video. Hey, I liked that one too. I'm going to try to find that whole series. I think they're perfect little snippets of information, don't you think? All righty, let's see where we're going next. Peristalsis, where we have our circular and linear rhythmic muscle contractions. These contractions churn and move bolus and chime through the body until eliminated. Remember that everything from the throat to the anus is peristalsis. However, oh wait, can you see my screen? Okay, can you see my screen now? Okay, sorry. Sorry. So everything, again, from when you swallow until you eliminate your feces is peristalsis. We just have a specialized peristalsis in the small intestine that adds what we call segmentation, a back and forth motion to keep the liquid in there as long as possible. So that we get all the nutrients we possibly can. All right, we're heading into the FYIs. It's been an hour and 7 minutes since we've been back from lunch, and I usually would have given you a break by this point. So I'm going to go ahead and give a 15-minute break. Pen. So 47. So 253. Okay. All right. So tell me again. Okay, I have a short list here of people I'm going to check their points. Okay, I'm going to do that right now. Welcome back from break. Thanks for checking in. Okay. Let me look at what videos we have left. Everyone's checking back in. Thank you so much. I sent points to 4 people. If I missed you, I don't think I did. Hey, Corey. I think I got everyone their points that asked for them. Can we give that a 10-4, good buddy? Okay, I'm playing my screen again. Awesome. Okay. All right, we're on the downhill slide, an hour and 6 minutes. And we'll be able to all relax and go take a nap. Right? Okay. Let me see. I have another quick little video that I'm going to play really quick by the same author. And if it's not comprehensive enough, I have a 14-minute one, but we'll watch this and then we'll do our FYIs and then we'll do the longer video if necessary, and then we'll finish the day with exam coach. And if we're done early, then great for us. If we get done early, it is a holiday weekend. All right. Okay, so a few people had trouble with the video. What I sent you, Gabby had said that she just wanted me to let me know that she liked the previous videos, blah, 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 but didn't get this one. So on YouTube, the author is Emma Bryce, and the names of the three was how digestion works, how the kidney works, how the liver works. So, so if you, hopefully you, did you all get that message from me that you can look those up? All right, cool. All right, good. And we'll see how much time we have left. Maybe everybody gets a gift of going home early today. So let's get on to the FYIs, and then we'll do the ABMP. And then maybe we'll see where we are. Yay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So gum disease and heart disease. So the plaque that that gathers in your teeth and gums. Thank you, June. Have a good trip. So the plaque that gathers on your teeth and your gums is actually absorbed by the capillaries in your gums, and it takes it right to the heart through capillaries. So the same plaque on your teeth is what can gather inside your heart vessels. So why dental hygiene is extremely important. Extremely important. Same plaque. Now, people with heart conditions or certain illnesses, before they have dental work or before they have their teeth cleaned, have to actually take antibiotics to protect their heart from that bacteria that's getting moved around. And yes, that's why it's so important to get your teeth cleaned every 6 months for sure. Your metabolism. So I know it's going to take you guys a minute to write this down. So your metabolism is a combination of anabolism and catabolism. So if you think about the word catabolism is a little bit easier because that's what we've been talking about all day is you chew your food and it mixes with enzymes and fluid and you swallow it and it gets broken down. That is catabolism. It's the breaking down phase of your entire metabolism. So anytime your body's in there breaking stuff down is the catabolizing portion of your metabolism. Your anabolism is the building up phase. So this is after your body has torn apart all the food that you've eaten and the nutrients and the vitamins and brought it into the bloodstream, and now your different organs and glands use all of those nutrients to build muscle, to repair tissue, to store fat, break down fat for glucose, to feed your brain. That is anabolism. When we think of the word anabolic steroids, the people take those to build themselves, right? Build their muscles, build their strength. So the sum total of what your body breaks down in order to build all the chemical reactions that break down and transform food into energy, so that energy can build your muscles, heal tissue, make you stronger, make you smarter. That that sum energy of those two is metabolism. So whether your metabolism runs fast or slow can depend on many things, whether you exercise, the health of your endocrine system, like your thyroid and pituitary gland, whether you're eating nutritious foods, good fats, good proteins, good for you proteins. So someone just mentioned that they have a fast metabolism, and yeah, I left my fast metabolism in my 30s. So now I'm trying to catch up with it and make it fast again. So yeah, I was just speaking with a friend about a coworker about that same thing, and how as we age, it definitely slows down. Not for everybody. So energy storage or metabolism is the sum result of catabolism, which is the breaking down phase, anabolism, which is the building up phase or healing phase or strengthening phase or whatever it is that your body is doing with the nutrients that it has been given. Okay, I'm getting ready to change the slide. Is that going to be okay? Why do people mean when they say they lost it, or like you just said, left it behind? So the older we get, the less calories we need for energy because we're slowing down. And with that slowing down, the metabolism slows down and it's easier to put on weight. Our hormones also change as we get older, and hormones have a lot to do with how the thyroid functions, and if we have too much cortisol, that cortisol stores fat around the belly, and that's going to change your metabolism. Eating too much sugar or processed foods because the body is just starving for nutrients, it might slow down how it uses energy because it's afraid it's not going to have as much. Alexandra's commenting, the more muscle we have, the higher our metabolism. And that is for sure. Muscle creates heat, and muscles burn energy, which is why men have an easier time losing weight. They just have to decide and, lower their calorie intake a little or exercise a little, because they're already starting out comparatively with more muscle mass. There's another comment. I'm in my 40s and notice my metabolism has slowed. As we get older, we do lose our muscle too, and the ability to keep our muscle strong. For 7 weeks now, I've been working out with a personal trainer for the first time in my whole life, and I see my body is changing shape because I've actually gained some weight, but people say that I look smaller, and we know that muscle outweighs fat considerably. 5 pounds of fat is probably triple the size. Yes, it's triple, fat is triple the size of a pound of muscle versus a pound of fat is very different in size. So I wish I would have taken my measurements, but I didn't. I just jumped in, and I'm working with free weights and body weights and cardio, and it's been a really great experience. Yeah, it's been a really great experience. So yeah, but I notice I need more food, and I'm trying to make better food choices, because what's the first thing your body wants if it doesn't feel like it has enough energy? What's the first thing it looks for? Anybody know? Yeah, it looks for sugar. Sugar, 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 bum, 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 bum. Oh, honey, honey. Remember that song? Those of you who are as old as I am? Yes, it looks for sugar. And so it looks for that fast charge. And so I have to be really careful. I mean, a handful of cherries is good, but it's sugar. You know, it's sugar. So anyway, all right, enough about me. I was giving you time to write down this slide. All right, so anemia. So anemia is a decrease in the amount of red blood cells or the amount of hemoglobin that's carried in the blood. It can also be defined as a lowered ability of the blood to carry oxygen. So there could be, you know, different metabolic causes for anemia. A real popular one is women with really, really heavy periods, really heavy periods that lose so many blood cells that they just don't have enough reserve, and then they feel the what's the word I'm looking for? They feel the lack of oxygen. They feel the lack of oxygen. So there's also internal bleeding. My friend that I went to see up in Roseville had a small um, uh, bleed in her gastrointestinal tract, and that caused anemia. Here's a comment. I'm working towards gaining, so I've been eating double protein because I'm only 100 pounds right now. And the max I've ever reached was 135. Wow. Well, I wish you well. And I will never, ever, ever, ever say to someone like you, I wish I had your problem, because it can be just as hard for people to gain weight as it is for people to lose weight. And the difference between those of us that have some pounds to lose and some that don't is having a healthy reserve of fat could be good if you get sick. But if somebody is so thin that they don't have any extra energy to give, if they were to get sick or injured, then that means the body takes what it needs from your muscle mass, right? And you really don't want that to happen. You want to keep your muscle mass. So I never, ever, I had said to someone once that I wish I had that problem. And I realized that it wasn't really a good thing to say to someone. You know? Okay. All right. Now, B12 deficiency, and I'll be right back, but B12 deficiency and pernicious anemia kind of go together, and I'm sorry they're not on the same slide, but so the loss of the ability to absorb vitamin B12 or the impaired absorption of B12 due to a loss of intrinsic factor or to several other conditions, so like gastric bypass, that decreases production of gastric acid, which also plays a part in the absorption of B12. A B12 deficiency can cause, I'll go back to the slide in a second, can cause pernicious anemia, which we think of anemia as being lack of red blood cells, which gives us lack of oxygen, but pernicious anemia is something that you can actually die from. So What can happen with pernicious anemia is it affects the nervous system, the muscles, your digestion, and it can actually take your life. So it's really, and it might even damage the heart. I'm wondering, I remember a story way back when, I believe Karen Carpenter might have been one of the first people from the Carpenters that had a gastric bypass and affected her heart. My husband's stepsister also died from the end result of gastric bypass. Now, I'm talking about 35 years ago, before they really understood what completely bypassing the stomach could do to someone. Also struggled with food before I was put on medication for depression. So yeah, there's, like I said, I never, ever, ever want to say to someone again, I wish I was in your shoes and my problem was gaining weight, because I would just eat pasta and pizza all day long, and that's not good for me, but that's what I would do. So I have empathy and sympathy for people that can't gain weight. I do have a client as well that I think she weighs 90 pounds soaking wet, and she just cannot put on weight. And it hurts her joints because her muscles aren't strong enough to take care of her joints. You know, we got to think of things like that too. Her muscles aren't strong enough. And so she has really tight, piriformis muscles and, tight or even weakened muscles because they're just not strong enough to take care of the joints. All right. So gastroesophageal reflux disease refers to when someone has had heartburn for so long that it causes mucosal damage by the stomach acid coming up into the esophagus. So the esophagus is where the esophagus can make mucus, and that's to help the food come down. And so it damages the walls of the esophagus. I have a really good friend whose husband has horrible digestive issues, including GERD and this reflux disease. And the long-term threat of the acid burning away at the esophagus is esophageal cancer. When you damage tissue over and over like that, mutations can occur, and the weakening in the tissue can cause an open environment for cancer cells to attach and grow. So, we, knowing that what we do with our clients, helping them relax, we know that we're going to turn on their digestive system. And hopefully, when we educate them about relaxation and stress reduction and meditation and deep breathing, and get them to that state where they understand that by simply breathing a couple times a day, taking deep breaths or quieting their mind or getting a massage, or teaching them how to find parasympathetic nervous system response. Somebody should write a book, how to find PNS, parasympathetic nervous system, how to find it, how to get there, how to stay there. All right. And then I threw cystitis on here because cystitis is a bladder infection. Now, cholecystitis is gallbladder. Cholecystitis because it is a bladder, but it's a gallbladder. So it's cholecystitis. But your actual bladder is just cystitis. So knowing, because sometimes you might be asked on the final what you can do to accommodate a client with cystitis. And of course, that would be frequent bladder breaks if they needed it while they were on the table, for sure. Dietary practices. Do we have any vegans? Fasting, raw food, high protein, calorie restricted. They say calorie restricted, oh, you can live till you're 100. I'm not sure I want to live to 100. I'd rather enjoy some food. So we have a vegan and a vegetarian. Anybody raw food? Anybody like intermittent fasting? I've done a lot of intermittent fasting. I kind of really like it. My cousin right now is doing Eat Like a Bear, where she only eats for an hour a day and she consumes all her calories in that hour. If you're interested in something like that, it's on Facebook. It's called Eat Like a Bear. I was raw vegan until my hemoglobin got down to 6.9. Wow, when my husband's hemoglobin got to 6.9, he had to have a blood transfusion. So I'm glad to see that you're not doing that anymore. Do you have O blood? I'm just curious. 6.9, you do. Yeah, I think our hemoglobin needs to be between 9 and 11 or 10 and 12. And yeah, 6.9. Paleo. I like paleo too. I also 12 to 14 for women. See how bad I am? Maybe it's men that were lower because they don't lose blood every month. 12 to 14 and you were 6.9. Yeah, that's not good. So we're not going to do that again. Not going to do that again. Was fully vegan for 1.5 years, switched to pescatarian and eating eggs again regularly. Feels so much better. Excellent. So with the pesco and the eggs, do you consume butter? Or do you consider that dairy? Oh, ghee, perfect. Yeah, okay, so you're really not vegan anymore, but fish and eggs. You know, if I could learn how to cook really good fish like they do at the restaurant, I would be pescatarian. I grew up hating fish, but then my best friend was the manager of a fish restaurant, and she taught me how to eat fish and what kinds of fish to eat. And now I love monkfish and salmon and halibut and shark and sea bass and all those. So if anybody out there really knows how to cook fish, I would have you to my house and we could cook fish together. All right, anybody else? Anybody know what Whole30 is? Whole30 is not actually a diet. It's a way to take yourself off of all chemicals and additives. And you'll notice Whole30 approved on a lot of packaging these days. I've done Whole30 no fun. Now see, Whole30 to me is going without the chemicals. Yeah, the diet can be a little hard, but if you just go, like I use all of their salad dressings because they're made with avocado oil, no dairy and no sugar. If you make me a salad dressing that's delicious, that follows all of that, I'm going to be grateful. And they have ketchup with no sugar, and it tastes really good. So that's what Whole30 is. It's chemical free, no sugar, no dairy. They make barbecue sauces and tartar sauce there. It's just really cool. All right. Anybody want to make any comment on any of these? I'm going to open up. We're going to do 1 or 2 quizzes and then I'm going to let you go. And I have very nice spice called Arizona Dreaming. I have considered doing Whole30 and pescatarian for fish. Oh, called Arizona Dreaming for fish. It's a spice. Oh, I'll have to look that up. Arizona Dreaming. Oh, well, if it's good for inflammation, I have a lot of inflammation. I'm writing down the brand, Penzies, Penzys, Penzies. All right, you guys are awesome. Thank you for sharing all that information with me. I have a lot of inflammation still, and my functional doctor said it's from my cortisol levels being too high. Is Penzies something I can buy online? Awesome. All right. Let's go. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Let me pause the screen while I go get on the internet and get all of these closed. All right, much better. Okay, ABMP. Let's do a couple quizzes and then we'll go. ABMP. Okay, log in. Remember, if any of you need makeup hours, then you'll want to get your ABMP quizzes done. I'm checking lymphatic system, bring back, immune, bring back. I like to do this every time we're on here. All right, exam coach, study. Oh, sorry. Can you see the screen now? Awesome. All right. Okay. Where's our quiz? Thank you for reminding me. I sometimes forget. The final portion of the large intestine before the rectum. Before the rectum. I remember what was right after the rectum. There you go. It should be the sigmoid colon. Yes, remember it went descending colon, sigmoid, and then rectum. As part of this process, the teeth chop the food up into smaller pieces, which is called mastication, which then passes through the digestive system. All right, we're all saying A, good job. Mechanical. The main function of the villi within the small intestines. You guys got it. Absorb nutrients. Excellent. The body's cholesterol is synthesized mainly in the you guys are just on it. On it. The burning sensation in the chest after a heavy meal. I'll be coming up. Heartburn. The large intestine begins at, who remembers that little teeny place, which was just after okay, so remember ileal? What word there looks like cecal? There you go. It should be cecum. Yes. So we went from the small intestine to the ileocecal valve, which is named because the first part of the ascending colon is called the cecum. So the ileum, which is the third part of the small intestine, going into the cecum, which is the beginning portion of the ascending colon. Most digestion and absorption occurs in excellent. You're all saying C. Good job. Chronic regurgitation of acid from the stomach into the esophagus. Okay, almost everyone is saying C, so that's what we'll pick. So gastritis is inflammation of the stomach. This is the full out GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease. Reflux is from regurgitation of acid. Excellent. What is the name of the sphincter that empties the contents from the esophagus to the stomach? Well, you're all picking, so far you're all picking D, and that's not right. Empties the contents from the esophagus to the stomach. Ileocecal is on the large intestine. Must be the cardiac. Wow. I think the pyloric is the one that empties the stomach into the duodenum. Stomach into the duodenum. Which of the following is not a part of the digestive system? Excellent. Adrenals. Okay, let's go to pathology in the stomach or in digestion. Pathology. It's taking its sweet time generating a quiz. Are any of you from Escondido or Kearney Mesa and are going to be in my lymph class or my homeopathy class? All right, Miriam. See you later. Hey, I might not be teaching you guys anymore, so thank you all for being a great class. This might be my last day in this class. I don't know. I have to talk to Mindy. This is not going to generate for us, so that's my signal that letting you go home early. Like I said, I would. You are all very welcome. You are excused for the day. You will be counted in class until 4 o'clock because I was the one who let you go. So don't worry about attendance. Have a great rest of your holiday weekend. I will see one or two of you tomorrow in the reflexology class. Thank you all so much for your compliments. I really, really appreciate it. Teaching online is not easy. I don't get to hug you. I don't get to love on you, and that's just no fun.